Hi friends, I'm teacher Luke and welcome to this complete Duolingo English test course. This course covers the newest format of the Duolingo English test and consists of all of the new questions like interactive speaking and the newest version of interactive listening. So if you watch this whole video, you will be fully prepared for the Duolingo English test. Now, because this is a full course, it is going to be quite a long video. So if you look somewhere down here, you can see where each lesson begins and finishes. That way you can jump around as you please. Okay, well, let's get started with lesson number 1, which is all about the read and select question type. This one right here. Okay, I'll see you in lesson 1 right now. Today, we're going to take a look at the new read and select vocabulary question on the Duolingo English test. It looks like this on the exam. This is the new format of the read and select question that was introduced in 2024. And your job is simply to decide whether the word you are shown is a real English word or not. Sounds straightforward enough, I know, but it can get a little bit tricky. So in this lesson, I'm going to give you some useful tips and strategies to help you to do well on this question type. And on top of that, I've prepared practice questions for you. Okay, then let's start by taking a look at some of the key points of this new read and select vocabulary question so you understand it fully. So as I mentioned, your job is simple. You have to decide whether a word is a real English word or not. And as you can see here, you make this decision by simply clicking yes or no. But what is a real English word? This is something my students ask me a lot. What is considered a real English word? Well, it's quite simple. A real English word is a word with a meaning attached to it. For example, these words you see on the screen here are real words because they have meaning. Now, the unreal or fake English words are fake because they do not have any meaning attached to them. So like these words you can see on the screen here, even though they look like real English words because they do follow the correct English spelling patterns, they are not real because they have no meaning attached to them. Another question I get asked a lot is about the grading. For this question type, there is partial grading and negative marking. To explain that simply, if you make a couple mistakes, you will not be scored 0 for this question type. Rather, there is partial grading, which means, of course, there is some sort of negative marking taking place. If you get an answer wrong, your score will drop a little bit. But you don't have to worry. If you make 1 or 2 mistakes, you will not be scored 0 for this question type. For frequency, you will get one set of between 15 and 18 words. And for each word, you only have 5 seconds to decide whether it's a real word or not. And the subscores this question type contributes to are your literacy and comprehension subscores. Okay, now you understand this question type well, let's jump into some tips and strategies to help you to do well when you're taking your exam and for your preparation. My first tip is for you to only select yes to the words you are confident are real English words. And you should avoid selecting yes on words you do not know. Basically, it's almost impossible to guess whether a word is real or not. If you know it is because you know the meaning, select yes. Otherwise, I think it's best for you to assume that it's not a real word. For example, this word here looks just like a real English word, but like I said, it has no meaning attached to it, so it's not a real word. Don't select yes for all of the words. Of course, this might seem obvious to you, but some of my students ask me this question. Can you just select yes on all of the words? And of course, the answer is no, you can't do that. Because even though you will choose all the real ones, you'll also choose all of the fake ones, which will lower your score. Now, since you only have 5 seconds per word, you don't have time to think. So instead, you should act instinctively. And the next word appears as soon as you've answered, as you can see here. Or if you do not answer and let the time limit run out, you will also automatically go to the next word. Of course, if you don't answer yes or no, then your answer will be scored as incorrect. This one is very important. Don't get stressed. You will not be scored 0 if you make 1 or 2 mistakes. I've actually met a lot of students that get really stressed out if they make one mistake or are not sure if they've answered correctly or not. And if you get stressed out, you'll not be able to perform at your highest level. So if you make one or two mistakes, try to stay calm and stay positive. Don't get too stressed out about it. For preparation, you should be focusing on building your English vocabulary. That's the only way to prepare for this question type. There are lots of ways you can build your English vocabulary. You can read books, watch TV shows, use the Duolingo app, or you can also look at word lists like the one you can see here from the Oxford Learner's Dictionary. I'll put a link to this below in the video description. Word lists like these are helpful because the vocabulary is usually put into levels. The ones you can see right here are considered a B2 level. So what you could do is go through these words on this word list and just check off how many you know. Then you can compare it to the Duolingo scoring criteria. So the Duolingo test equivalent to a B2 English level is somewhere between 100 and 125. And of course, you should be practicing every day. By practicing every day, you'll get used to the test format and thinking quickly in English, which is something you have to do for this question type. And you can practice by using this YouTube video right now because I have prepared practice questions for you. And I have organized these words into sets of between 15 and 18, just like you'll have on the Duolingo English test. Okay, that's enough talking from me. Let's get to this practice. I hope this is helpful and I'll see you at the end of the video. So you just finished set number 1. Was it easy or was it difficult? Please let me know below in the comments. And I want to let you know that if you would like to practice this question type in a more interactive way, then head over to my website, DETReady.com. You can practice thousands of questions on this practice platform, and of course, you can check your answers immediately. DET Ready has all of the questions on the Duolingo English test, including the newest ones that were introduced in 2024. So if you're interested, there's a link below in the video description, or head straight over to detready.com. Okay, here is set number 2. So you guys just completed lesson 1 on this course. That was the read and select question type. How was that? Was that easy or difficult? Now, before we move on to lesson 2, I just want to introduce DET Ready to you because I think it could be very helpful in your Duolingo test preparation. The first way DET Ready can help you is with our practice platform that you can see right here. This practice platform has thousands and thousands of sample Duolingo English test questions and answers. So you can take the sample questions with the correct time limit and check your answers immediately. Over 500,000 students have used our practice platform to help them to boost their score, and I think it can be really helpful for you too. The next way DET Ready can help you is with DET VIP. When you sign up to VIP, there are lots of things you can do to help boost your score. Firstly, you can take these full courses that you can see right here. These courses cover strategies for all parts of the Duolingo English test, and you get PDFs to download to help you to study. Next up, you can take live lessons with me where I go over strategies live in an interactive way. You can chat to me and I will give you feedback on your answers. I teach these live lessons twice a week, and it's a great way for you to chat with me and get some real feedback from an expert teacher. You can also chat with other DET test takers to help you to improve your score and boost your confidence. And finally, when you become a VIP member, you also get 30 days access to our practice platform for free. So you get the courses from VIP, the live lessons from me, and all the practice you need from our practice platform. That's why we call it VIP. So if any of these interest you, head over to detready.com or click the links below in the video description. Okay, that's enough from me. Now let's jump on to lesson number 2, which is all about fill in the blanks, which was another new question added in 2024. Hi friends, I'm teacher Luke, and in this video we're going to take a look at one of the new questions on the Duolingo English test. It's called Fill in the Blanks, and it looks like this on the exam. And in this video we're going to cover everything you need to know about this new fill in the blanks question. First, we'll look at some of the key points to help you to understand it better. Then I've got some tips and strategies for you, and after that I've prepared 100 practice questions for you to practice with. That's right, I said 100 practice questions, which, as you can imagine, took me a long time to make. So if you think that's helpful, do me a huge favor and hit that like button on this video. Doing that really does help me a lot. So let's just jump right into these key points to help you to understand this question type better. Fill in the blanks question type looks like this on the Duolingo English test. Your job is to read a sentence and complete the incomplete word. Now, that might look easy enough, but it can be a bit challenging. When you take your test, you'll get one set of between 6 and 9 sentences to complete, and these will all come one after another. And as I mentioned, there is one incomplete word which you have to complete. The word has been partially completed, and your job is then to complete the last part of the word, which is testing your vocabulary knowledge within context. And you only have 20 seconds to complete each sentence, which of course is not long at all. Your answer per sentence is either scored as correct or incorrect. There is no partial marking per sentence for this question type. So if you make a spelling mistake, then your answer will be scored as incorrect. Also, all incomplete words will be marked as incorrect as well, but that's pretty obvious. And this fill in the blanks question contributes to your literacy, comprehension, and overall score. So those were the key points. Now let's jump into some really useful tips and strategies to help you to ace this question. My first tip is to always read the whole sentence before you begin typing. And I recommend this to all of my students simply because by reading the whole sentence first before rushing and beginning typing, you will get a full idea of the context, and that will guide you to complete the incomplete word. And once you've read the full sentence, I recommend that you try to answer instinctively. Since you only have 20 seconds to complete each sentence, you do not have much time to strategize or analyze. So instead, trust your first instinct and try to answer instinctively. However, if you have read the full sentence but you still have no idea what the word can be, then you can look for some clues. Some clues, for example, by looking at the topic of the sentence, you might be able to guess what the word could be, or you can look for synonyms or collocations. You can also consider the word type. Is it an adjective, adverb, verb, noun? And if it is a verb, you can consider the tense. All of these context clues can help you to complete the gap if you are not able to answer instinctively. However, as you know already, you only have 20 seconds to complete each sentence, which is really not much time to strategize and analyze. My guess is that Duolingo want to test your instinctive knowledge of English for this question type. That's why they don't give you much time. Now let's take a look at some preparation strategies. Now, since this question type is designed to test your English vocabulary knowledge in context, one thing you should be doing every single day is learning new words and building your English vocabulary. There are lots of ways to improve your English vocabulary, and everyone has their own unique learning style, but some common ways are reading books in English, watching TV shows in English, using the Duolingo language learning app, and something I always do when learning Korean, which is my second language, is make flashcards and test myself daily. Those are some of the ways you can continuously improve and build your English vocabulary. Now, the next thing you can do to prepare for this question type is to practice it every single day with the correct time limit. By practicing this every single day, you'll get used to thinking quickly and also answering within that 20-second time limit, which can be quite challenging. Now, there are two ways for you to practice. You can either go to the official Duolingo test website and take a practice test there. That's a really good resource. Or you can use my practice platform on DET Ready, where you can get hundreds of practice questions for this question type with the correct time limit. And of course, you can check your answers at the end. That's a great resource. There is a link somewhere down here for you to click on to go to that practice platform. Alternatively, you can continue watching this video because we're now about to start our 100 practice questions. I have organized these practice questions into sets of between 6 and 9 sentences, just like on the real exam. And if you look down here at the timestamps somewhere down here, you can find out where each set begins and finishes. That way you can jump around and go and come back whenever you want to. So I hope this is really useful practice for you. If you think it is, hit that like button. Like I said, that really does help me a lot. Okay then, well, let's get started with practice set number 1. Okay, guys, you just completed practice set number 2. How's it going so far? I just want to remind you that if you would like to practice this question type in a more interactive way, then my practice platform on DET Ready is the place to go to. You can practice hundreds and hundreds of these fill-in-the-blanks questions and, of course, check your answers. All of that is at detready.com. Okay, enough from me. Here is practice set number 3. Hi friends, this video is all about the read and complete question type. You know, this one here. It's the question type where you have to fill in the gaps to complete a passage. And when I talk to test takers, they often say that this is one of the most difficult question types on the Duolingo English test. And I agree, even as a native speaker, this one can be very challenging. So that's why I'm making this video. Firstly, I'm going to go over some tricks and tips, and then I've made 5 practice questions, all of which will help you to do well on this read and complete question type. Okay, I will start in 1 second, but if you are new here, hi, I'm teacher Luke from DETReady.com, and we have lots of tools and courses to help you prepare for your Duolingo English test. As I said, the read and complete question type looks like this on the exam. You're provided with a short passage with some words being incomplete, and your job is to complete those words. The passages are not long, normally around 100 words. Regardless of the number of words, the time limit stays the same, which is 3 minutes. 3 minutes might sound like a long time, but it does go quite quickly, especially if you've got a difficult passage. And this question type contributes to your literacy and comprehension subscores, as well as, of course, your total overall score. Just in case you're not sure, the Duolingo English test gives you an overall total score and also a score for 4 subscores: literacy, comprehension, conversation, and production. And since this is a reading question, it contributes to your literacy and comprehension subscores. So how can you do well on this question type? My first tip is for you to skim the passage before you start typing to complete the missing words. To skim means to read quickly, and I think it's important that you skim the passage first before you start typing, so that you get an overall understanding of the topic and the context of the passage. Once you've skimmed, I then want you to focus very carefully on the title, the first and the last sentences of the passage. The title is of course important because it will tell you what the passage is about, and the first and last sentences are normally complete, meaning they don't have any incomplete words. Now, actually, this is not always true. Sometimes the first sentence will have 1 or 2 missing words, but mostly the first and last sentences will be complete. And by paying special attention to these first and last sentences, you'll get a really good understanding of the context of the passage, which will activate your vocabulary and allow you to complete the passage much easier. Next up, I want you to complete all the words you know naturally. So as you're reading through the passage, it's likely you'll know what some of the words are without thinking too much. So go ahead and complete those words. And once you've completed all the words you knew easily, then read the passage again and try to figure out what the other incomplete words are. And in order to complete the words you're not sure of, you should use context clues. Context clues could be topic vocabulary or your grammatical knowledge. Here's an example. This one comes from the official practice test, and the topic is about the theory of stars, so a science-based topic. After reading the title and the first and last sentence, we get a good understanding of the context, and we can use that knowledge to fill in any gaps. So some science-related vocabulary, we have gas and stars. In terms of grammatical knowledge, we have grammar words like that, it, and which. Make the sentences grammatically correct. So as you can see, you need to use your topic-related vocabulary and also your grammatical knowledge in order to complete these passages correctly. Another important pointer is for this question type, you need to use American spelling. For all of the other question types, you can use British or American spelling, but for this question type in particular, you need to use American spelling. The reason being is that for some words, the number of letters does change between American and British spelling. If you're more used to British spelling, like I am, then you do need to brush up on your American spelling before taking the Duolingo test. The next one is about your mentality. Don't stress out if you don't know 1 or 2 of the words. You will not lose all points for missing just 1 or 2 words. Rather, this question type is graded more on a sliding scale based on how well you did throughout the whole passage. It's not graded in a correct or incorrect manner. So stay focused, and if you don't know a word, have a guess, but don't stress out too much about it. Stay focused and try to complete the passage as best as you can. Another question I get asked a lot is, can you erase words, and will you get points deducted for erasing words or changing your answers? Like you could see on the screen here. And the answer is you will not lose points for going back and changing words. Your answers will only be submitted once you click the next button or you run out of time. So definitely do not be afraid to go back and change your answers. The last tip is a very obvious one, but you do need to practice this question type every day. From my experience, this question type gets easier the more you practice, especially if you practice within the correct time limit. You'll get used to reading the passages, you'll get used to thinking of words, and you'll get used to using the context clues to guess words you are not sure of, which is important. You can practice by going on the official practice test, or alternatively, you can use my practice platform on DETready.com. By using my practice platform, you can select the read and complete question type and practice just that question type. You get the 3 minutes just like on the real test, and once it's completed, you can check your answers so you know how well you're doing. We have thousands of question types on this practice platform, not just for read and complete, but also for all of the other questions as well. If that interests you, there is a link below in the description. Those were my tricks and tips. Now let's jump into some practice. I've prepared 5 practice questions for you, and I will give you 3 minutes to complete them, just like on the real exam. Of course, once the 3 minutes is up, I will show you the correct answers. Okay then, well, let's just jump right into these 5 practice questions, and I'll see you at the end of the video. Hi friends, today we're going to take a look at the listen and type question type on the Duolingo English test. It's the dictation one and it looks like this on the exam. And when you take the Duolingo English test, you'll get this question type around 4 or 6 times. You only have 1 minute to complete it, which is not long at all, and it contributes to your conversation and comprehension subscores. I know a lot of students, they really struggle to get a good score in conversation because conversation includes both speaking and listening, and usually test takers find the speaking part to be more difficult. So if that sounds like you, then I would really recommend focusing strongly on this question type, as it probably is an easier way to boost your conversation score. And of course, watching this video is going to help you a lot. First, we're going to go over some useful tricks and tips to help you to understand and do well on this question type. And after that, I've prepared 10 practice questions for you. The practice questions will start off easy and then get more difficult. So make sure you do all of them to see if you can do the most difficult ones, numbers 9 and 10. Okay, we will jump into the tricks and tips in just one moment, but I want to say if you're new here, hi, I'm Teacher Luke from DETReady.com. If you need some tools or resources to help you prepare for your Duolingo English test, then this is the website to go to. We have a practice platform that you can see here and a full production course to make sure you get the best score you can on the production score as well as your overall score. All of this can be found at DETready.com. Okay, back to this video. Let's jump into some tricks and tips to help you to ace this listen and type question type. The first thing you need to know that it is essential that you type out every word you hear. This is a dictation question type, so your job is to type out exactly what you hear. It's not about making guesses or answering or responding, it's simply typing out what you hear. Every word, even words like articles and prepositions. When you're taking the official exam, when this question type appears, the first listening will automatically play. And it's important that you know that it will play automatically so you can be mentally prepared for that. For the first listening, it's important that you try very hard to type out as much as you can, especially content words. Content words are nouns and verbs. They are the important words in the sentence. So even if you don't hear everything first time, try to type out as much as you can, especially those content words. You can listen to the audio up to 3 times. So for the second and third listening, to replay it, you just click on the button like you can see here. I recommend you do this even if you think you've got it correct, just in case you've missed a couple words. And for the second and third listening, you want to use what you've already written to guide you. Try to fill in any missing words, probably words like articles and prepositions. These words are normally unstressed in English, meaning they're spoken either very quietly or very quickly. So use the second and third listening to catch words like that or any other words you missed. You are allowed to erase words and change your answers, as I'm doing here. Your score will not be submitted until you click the next button or the time has run out. The next point is important. You should know that the sentence can either be a statement or a question. And remember that the grammar and punctuation will change depending on whether it's a statement or a question. So use all of your English knowledge here. And of course, correct punctuation is important. Always start with a capital letter and finish with a full stop or a question mark. And pay attention for commas. In the past, I have made a lesson focusing on how to use commas correctly. Check the video description to watch that video. And even though you only have 1 minute, I do strongly suggest you leave around 10 seconds to have a quick proofread and fix any grammar or spelling mistakes. It's very easy to make a mistake here, especially because the time limit is so short. So it is vital you leave some time at the end to check for any mistakes. And last up, you should practice frequently. This goes for all of the questions on the Duolingo test, but especially this one, because I believe you can improve greatly if you get used to listening and typing as quick as you can. To improve your typing speed, there's a great website I use. It's called 10fastfingers.com. On this website, you're provided with lots of typing tasks to improve your typing speed. And all of these words are, of course, in English, so you'll get used to typing quickly in English. And another way to practice is to use our practice platform, because we have thousands of practice questions for you to practice with, all under the same time limits as the real Duolingo test. And of course, you are able to check your answers immediately. You can access this practice platform at DETready.com or just click the link below in the video description. So those were some quick tips and tricks. Now let's jump into some practice. As I mentioned, I've prepared 10 questions for you. They'll start off easy and then get more difficult. Let me know how well you do below in the comments. Okay then, well, let's just start with question number 1.
He started his presentation right on time. He started his presentation right on time. He started his presentation right on time.
Scientists are getting close to answering this question. Scientists are getting close to answering this question. Scientists are getting close to answering this question.
Economic development needs to be supported by the government. Economic development needs to be supported by the government. Economic development needs to be supported by the government.
Surprisingly, the elderly tend to be happier than younger people. Surprisingly, the elderly tend to be happier than younger people. Surprisingly, the elderly tend to be happier than younger people. The final year will consist of 4 taught courses and 1 project. The final year will consist of 4 taught courses and 1 project. The final year will consist of 4 taught courses and 1 project.
Some people are motivated by competition while others prefer to collaborate. Some people are motivated by competition while others prefer to collaborate. Some people are motivated by competition while others prefer to collaborate.
Although I have not taken a computer programming course, I can write code very well. Although I have not taken a computer programming course, I can write code very well. Although I have not taken a computer programming course, I can write code very well. The more time parents can spend with their children, the fewer problems they may face in adulthood. The more time parents can spend with their children, the fewer problems they may face in adulthood. The more time parents can spend with their children, the fewer problems they may face in adulthood.
Regular exercise and a balanced diet are essential for maintaining good health and preventing various chronic diseases. Regular exercise and a balanced diet are essential for maintaining good health and preventing various chronic diseases. Regular exercise and a balanced diet are essential for maintaining good health and preventing various chronic diseases. Implementing new technology in education improves learning but requires significant investment and teacher training. Implementing new technology in education improves learning but requires significant investment and teacher training. Implementing new technology in education improves learning but requires significant investment and teacher training.
So interactive reading is a bit different than the other question types we've talked about so far. For each reading passage in interactive reading, you get 5 different question types. On top of that, you do get 2 interactive readings on the test. So you do the whole thing twice. So like I said, there are 5 question types. Let's go through them quickly. The first one looks like this. Here you will read the passage for the first time and you will select the best option for each missing word. There are 5 options per missing word and you select the best one. You should know that you must answer all of the questions here before you can move on to the next question type. The second question type in interactive reading is called complete the passage. The first section of this passage is the same as in the previous question type, so you've already read it. But you are also provided with the second part of the passage at the bottom. And your job is to select the best sentence to go in the middle to complete the passage. The option you select does appear in the text once you've selected it, so you could, if you wanted to, read the whole passage to check that it flows smoothly. Next up, we have highlight the answer. This tests reading for specific information. Basically, you're given a question and you have to find the correct information in the text. Once you've found the correct answer, you simply highlight it. A lot of test takers ask me how much they should highlight. Should they highlight the whole sentence or just a part of it? And the answer depends really. The amount you should highlight really depends on the question. But you should try to answer only what is necessary. So that could be a whole sentence or maybe just 1 or 2 words in a sentence. But just try to focus on highlighting what is necessary. And you should know that you actually get 2 of these questions per reading passage. Moving on to the next one, it's called identifying the idea. Basically, this is a main idea question where you read the passage as a whole and choose what the main idea is. Again, you've got 4 options and 1 correct answer. Last but not least, we have title the passage, where you have to select the best title to fit the passage. Even though the passage is still the same and this is the last question type, I do recommend you read it again and try to select then the best title to match the passage. There are 4 options with just 1 correct answer. Okay, next section. Section 4 is called interactive reading. On the real test, you'll get this 2 times. You'll get it twice. On the practice test, you just get it once. You have 7 to 8 minutes to read a passage and answer a bunch of questions. The first question type is similar to fill in the blanks, but instead of typing it out, you have to select the word. Okay, so let's go through. Okay, so learn and grow. So you'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 options. You choose the correct one. So in this case, it's learn and grow. Adapting our behaviors as we encounter new experiences and ideas. It's important to read the whole sentence because without this part, you would not be able to guess this word. So you have to read the whole sentence and then choose the correct word. Nurture includes the experiences and ideas. And the power of nurture shaping our actions and choices, cannot be ignored. Through our mindset and attitude, we can actively seek personal growth, allowing ourselves to be influenced by our surroundings. The people we and the values we adopt. The people we meet and the values we adopt. Our capacity to evolve underlines the essential role of nurture in dictating our actions, far more than any innate genetic factors could determine. It's pretty tricky. Parallel lives of identical twins, something separated at birth, showcase how environmental factors shape unique life trajectories. Despite blah blah the same sharing the same genetic makeup, these individuals often exhibit varying behavior, characteristics, and preferences, proving the pivotal role of nurture in the development of our behavioral patterns here. Oftentimes when you're reading it, you might even be able to guess the word without even seeing the options, and then you can check the options to double check if you're correct. Okay, that looks good. This is the first question type on interactive reading, and it's the longest one, so you might want to spend around a minute and a half doing this, maybe 2 minutes, and then the other ones seem to be a little bit shorter. Not easier, just a bit shorter. Okay, so this is part 2. This is where we select the best sentence to complete the passage. We've already read, that's me, this one. We've already read this. We don't have to read it again if we don't need to, but what we should do is read the second paragraph because this is the connection. We'll find a connection here. Okay. However, it's vital to recognize that cultural factors can greatly modify and shape these universal behaviors, highlighting the significance of shared human experiences in nurturing our understanding of one another. Okay. Something I like to do for this question type is read the last sentence again and then this first one, because this is the connection. What is connecting the last sentence from the first paragraph and then the first sentence of the second paragraph. So let's try that. However, it is vital to recognize. Okay. So it won't be however again. We've already used however here. Okay. You can check your answer here as well, which is useful. Okay, now this one, highlight the text in the passage. Here we got to select the correct information. Only highlight what is necessary. Do not highlight too much and do not highlight too little. Just highlight what is necessary. I got to speed up. We've got 4 questions in just 2 minutes. So, what is demonstrated by the parallel lives of identical twins separated by birth? So demonstrated, look for synonyms. So demonstrated, we have showcase here. So it's what is demonstrated is how environmental factors shape unique life trajectories. That is the answer. Only highlight this. We do not need to highlight the whole sentence if we don't need to or don't want to. Look for synonyms. Like I said, demonstrated, showcase. That's the clue. What do identical twins share? Well, something to do with their genes. Despite sharing, there you go. So synonym, share, sharing, same word. The same genetic makeup. Okay. This question now is the main idea. So what is the idea expressed in the passage? This has not changed. We do not need to read this again if you don't want to. If you want to, you can, but you do not need to. You should know it quite well by now. So, nurture and nature. Okay, so what's the main idea? So identical twins by here looks like a good idea, but it's not because that's just a part of it. And also this is a bit wrong. It's actually the first one. So nurture rather than nature has the greatest power to shape our lives. This is the answer. This one also looks good, but nature is the most significant factor. That's not true. Nurture, according to this passage. And last one is to select the best title. So what do you think would be the best title? Again, we do not need to read this. It's not changed at all. Influence of genetic on work behavior? No. Role of diet? No. Process of attitude? No. Parallel lives? Nurture. This looks like good. So parallel lives, you've got twins who are separated. That's kind of one of the examples. And then nature versus nurture is the main argument. Okay, that's it. So you remember on the real test, you'll get 2 interactive readings. On the practice test, just once. Same for section 5, interactive listenings. On the real test, you'll get this twice. On the practice test, just once. Okay, so this is the first part of interactive.
You are an urban studies student who is nearing the end of their undergraduate studies. You are trying to decide if you should apply for a job or if you should apply for a doctoral program. You ask your professor for their opinion.
Okay, so yeah, that's the first listening of the scenario. You have to listen and then you have to fill in these gaps. You can listen to this as many times as you want to, so that's really good, but don't forget that this time limit is not just for these questions, it is for section 2, which is the conversation. So you can't spend too long doing it. I study, and also look here, it's what is your field of studies? I study. For this one, you really do participate in the conversation, and that's great. It's very authentic and very real life. So it's always I. So I study urban studies. I've almost finished I can't remember. Listen again.
You are an urban studies student who is nearing the end of their undergraduate studies. You are trying to decide if you should apply for a job or if you should apply for a doctoral program. You ask your professor for their opinion.
Job or a doctoral program. I'm asking my professor for their opinion. Okay, so I wouldn't recommend you spend more than 2 minutes on this section, but so I have time of 6 minutes 30 overall, so we got some time, so I will double check.
You are an urban studies student who is nearing the end of their undergraduate studies. You are trying to decide if you should apply for a job or if you should apply for a doctoral program. You ask your professor for their opinion.
Okay, so you can see here, this is correct by the way, you can see here that my answers are short. Just 2 words, 2 words, go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's as long as I've seen. I've done this several times. Normally they're 2 to 4 words. So anyway, if you are writing a full sentence, you know you're doing it wrong. You shouldn't need to write that much. I'm asking my professor. Okay, I gotta continue, it's gotta go faster. This is part 2. We are now participating in the conversation based on this scenario. So use this scenario to help you. Actually, you need to use it to help you. Look here, pick the best option to start. So you are starting the conversation. Okay, so I've almost finished. Professor, I'm here by my final paper. Oh, I don't really know. I have some great news. I hope you're doing well. I'm here. I think it's just generic. I hope you're doing well. Yes. Oof, that was close. Also, you can check your answers, so that's really useful.
Hi, I'm doing well, thanks. What can I do for you?
Okay, I want to get your opinion on something. I'm nearing my undergraduate studies. I'm trying to apply for a doc. There you go. This is it. So, it's exactly what the scenario was, right? I wanted to get your opinion on something. I'm nearing the end of my undergraduate studies and I'm trying to decide if I should apply for a job or should apply for a doctoral program. There you go.
That's a tough decision. Have you been looking at jobs in the field that you're interested in?
Okay, have you been looking for jobs? I see. A lot of times, just based on this kind of first little response, you can tell if it's correct or not. So I see is not correct because he asked us a question. So I'm going to be answering yes or no. Yes, and some of them are applying. No. Yes, there are some programs. No. Yes, I've been looking, but most of the jobs require a few years of experience. Okay, so you see here, yeah, I've been looking.
That's true. A doctoral program would give you the opportunity to gain more knowledge and research experience in your field so that you can eventually get a job that you want.
Okay. You can only listen once as well to this one, so it's a bit trickier. Must be this one. Yeah. I didn't really listen properly. Oh no. Yeah, this one. But it feels like it would take so long.
It definitely takes a lot of time and commitment, but it can be very rewarding. If you're not sure if an advanced degree is for you, why don't you try working in your field for a few years and then decide whether or not to pursue a doctorate later on?
Okay, so he suggested something, work in your field for a few years and then decide. So my answer is not going to be yes, because that's responding to a yes or no question. It's going to be something like, good idea. Yeah, I think it's just, that's a good idea. Thank you, Professor. So he suggested that I work in my field for a few years and then decide. So I'm not going to say great. I could say great idea, but there's no plan to see him tomorrow, right? Okay, I'll do some more research. He didn't really suggest to do more research either. He said just kind of get a job and see how it goes. It has to be this one. Yes, that's correct. Okay, all right. So yeah, you have to use the conversation, of course, to help you to choose the correct answer, and also this scenario. Step 3 is coming up, which is summarizing this conversation in writing in just 75 seconds. That's really short. What you should aim to do for interactive listening is have at least a minute, like I have here, left after you've done the listening part, because I now can read this one more time to kind of refresh my memory, and then when I am typing, it'll be a lot easier. So I have to summarize this conversation. So I'm going to read it through one more time, then I'm going to click continue. Do not click continue right away. You'll be shocked. You'll end up on the summary page and you won't be ready. So make sure you read this, okay? So I study, I almost finished, I don't know if I for their opinion. Yeah. So this is the outcome. Okay, so I suggest you focus on 3 things: summary, a bit of details, and an outcome. What's the outcome here? It's that the professor suggested that I work for a few years in my field, then decide if an advanced degree is worth it or not. So, yeah, I'm ready. Yeah. Okay. I had...
I am going to have time. Yeah, that goes so fast. So I aimed for 3 sentences, general summary, a bit of details, and the outcome. I finished it. I didn't have time to check if I made any mistakes. I also wanted to write an advanced degree, but I just ran out of time. I wanted to complete my sentence, so not the best summary.
Hi friends, Teacher Luke here. So there is actually a new writing question on the Duolingo English test. It's called Summarize the Conversation, and it comes right after the interactive listening. It looks like this on the test. First, you do the listening part where you participate in an academic conversation. You then do the summary, where you summarize in writing everything you listened to and did in the academic conversation. And that's what this video is about. Here, I'm going to teach you all about the key points and give you lots of strategies to do well on the summary part of the interactive listening question. A lot of students have asked me to make this video, so I really hope it's helpful. But very quickly, before we start, if you're new to this channel, hi, I'm Teacher Luke from DETReady.com. If you're looking for some tools to help you prepare for the Duolingo English test, I recommend visiting our website, especially our practice platform, where you can practice this new interactive listening and summary question, and you can check your answers immediately. And of course, we have lots of practice questions for all of the question types on the Duolingo test. But anyway, back to this video. Let's start off by talking about the key points of this summary question. So as I mentioned, it does appear immediately after the interactive listening. And your job is to write a short summary of the conversation in just 75 seconds. So I'm sure you're thinking, 75 seconds, how can I write a summary in that short amount of time? Well, don't worry, I have some strategies I'll show you later on. After the listening is done, you are able to read the conversation before you begin writing. Now that's really important. So after you've done the interactive listening, like you can see on the screen now, you are able, if you have time left, to go back to the start of the conversation and read it through. And I highly recommend you do that because that will give you lots and lots of ideas for your summary. And of course, it will remind you of what was said during the conversation. But remember, you can't take notes. One of the main rules on the Duolingo English test is that you are not allowed to use a pen and paper, so you can't take any notes. That does make it harder, but Duolingo are very concerned about test security and making sure no one can cheat, so you're not allowed to use any pen or paper during the test. This summary contributes to your literacy and production subscores, and the summary is scored based on the production subscore criteria. A lot of test takers I speak to find it really hard to get a high score in production, so this is another question type you can use to boost your production score. And it will be scored in the same way as the other writing questions using the production score criteria you can see here. The first 2 points are concerned with grammar. The following 2 are all to do with your vocabulary. The next point is all to do how well you answered the question. This is called task relevance. And the last one is concerned with how much you're able to write in a short amount of time, also known as fluency. So that's the scoring criteria. It's the same for all the other writing questions on this exam as well. Now let's think about some different strategies you can use to answer the summary as well as you can. The first one is really important, and that is before you finish the listening part of this question type, you should read the whole conversation and the situation carefully. So once again, once you've finished the listening part, it looks like this, and you can read the conversation through fully. But I want to stress that you don't just want to read the conversation, you want to really focus on the situation. Because you can easily write your first and even maybe your second sentence just based on the situation provided. Actually, that's exactly what Duolingo do in their sample answer. Let me show you what I mean. So the situation says, you are a student in a journalism class. After today's lecture on reporting, you approach your professor to ask them more about what it means to cultivate sources. Then if you skip through this all the way to the end where Duolingo provide a sample summary, you can see here that the first 2 sentences are basically paraphrasing the situation. I asked my professor a question after class today. I asked them to explain the concept of cultivating sources as a reporter. So the first 2 sentences in this example was basically a paraphrase of the situation. To paraphrase, you typically just keep the ideas exactly the same, but you change the sentence structure and maybe the verb choice or nouns in the sentences. And that's why I'm saying it's very important that you read the situation carefully, because this will likely be the first and maybe even the second sentence in your summary. So that's my first tip. My second tip is also very important, which is to study opening phrases before you begin your summary. As you know already, you only have 75 seconds to complete this task. That's obviously not long at all. So by studying opening phrases, you'll know how to begin, and that will save you valuable seconds. So what are some opening phrases? Well, let me show you here. So here are 8 opening phrases you can use. Of course, you need to be careful and select the right one depending on the conversation you listen to, but a lot of these can be used for any situation. Again, let's take a look at the sample answer from Duolingo. The opening phrase Duolingo used was, "I asked my professor a question after class today." So I strongly suggest that you study these opening phrases and that you practice typing them quickly. Like I said, that will save you valuable seconds on the test. On top of that, you'll know exactly how to begin, and a lot of students struggle with actually getting started on these writing questions. So don't let that be you and learn these opening statements. Remember that during the listening part of this question type, you were participating in a conversation, so you were acting as if you were one of the people talking. So when you do the summary, use the word I, and I recommend you use the active voice because that's a lot easier and a lot more natural when you're talking about yourself. Just as in the Duolingo sample, I asked my professor a question after class today. Okay, next up, you want to write paragraphs, not bullet points. Since this is an English exam, this one should be obvious, but just to clarify, you want to write full paragraphs and use full sentences. Don't use bullet points. Try to make your answer as complete as possible. And number 6 is to follow a simple structure. I've come up with a simple structure you can use for most of the conversations. It's not perfect because the conversations in the listening part can vary. But if you study and follow this kind of structure, then you should be able to write more in the limited time you have. Like I said, it's not a perfect, foolproof structure, but it can give you some ideas of what to write and help you to prepare. Step 1 of the structure, you could write, who did you talk to and what about? Remember the opening phrases I showed you. For example, I had a conversation with my professor about the low grade I got in my English writing class. Step 2 is to go into more detail. Think about what were the main ideas or suggestions throughout the conversation. My professor suggested that I use helpful grammar and writing resources on the university's website because these online tools can help me improve my advanced grammar and teach me how to organize my academic essays. So we've got the opening, some more detail, and the last part is all about the outcome. I believe in most of the conversations there will be an outcome. Basically, what did you say you were going to do during the conversation? For example, I agreed with my professor and said that I'd begin using these online resources right away. So that's some basic information and some strategies to do the summary well. If you haven't watched my interactive listening video yet, I recommend you do so right here because the summary and the listening are very closely linked. So I'll see you in this video.
One of the writing questions on the Duolingo English test is to write about a photo in 1 minute. And this is challenging for a lot of students because writing about a photo is simply just hard. And you've got to do it in 1 minute, so extra hard. But there are actually just 4 simple things you need to know to describe a photo effectively. So in this video, I will show you these 4 simple things and I'll give you a bonus tip at the end. So the first thing you need to know is how to begin your answer. And I recommend you start by using a general summary where you write 1 sentence describing the photo in general. This is quite simple and a good way to start your answer. Let me show you an example of what I mean. So we'll use this photo. And a general summary looks something like this. This photo shows a teacher teaching a group of young school students. Another example, this is an image of a group of students and a teacher in a modern classroom. These general summaries are a great way to begin your answer because they're fairly easy to write and it means that you can write 1 sentence quite quickly. And we usually use the present simple or present continuous to do this. There are lots of ways to begin your general summary. In these 2 examples, I used this photo shows and this is an image of. But there are more ways you can begin. Let me show you here. You can say this is a picture of, this picture shows, this image depicts. In this photograph, there is, or there are. I highly recommend that you memorize these statements and you practice typing them quickly. Remember, you only have 1 minute to do this question type, so if you practice typing these statements out quickly, then when you take your real Duolingo test, you can do it and save some valuable seconds. Now let's move on to look at how you can write some more details in your answer. To get a good score, you will need to put some details in your description. And there are a few ways to do this, so let's take a look at these now. One way to add detail to your answers is to describe the actions of the people or the subjects in the photo. Most photos will have a subject, either a person, an animal, a vehicle, something like that. Let's take an example with this photo. Here, the main subject is the teacher, so I will describe what he's doing. He is standing in front of an interactive screen and gesturing politely. I might also want to talk about the students. I could say, the students are listening carefully to what the teacher is saying. Even though this photo was taken in the past, when we describe it, we typically use the present tenses. And when describing the actions of the people or subjects, we will use the present continuous. Like in this example, I said he is standing in front of an interactive screen and gesturing politely. In this sentence, I use the present continuous tense. So describing the actions of the people or subjects in the photo is one way to go into detail, but it's not the only way. The next way is to describe the location of things. This is a great way to add detail to your answer. And to do this, you're going to want to use prepositional phrases. Prepositional phrases are good to include in your answer because they are quite an advanced grammar type. Let's take a look at an example. The teacher is in front of the students who are sat in rows, and there is a large interactive screen behind him. In this example, the two prepositional phrases are in front of and behind. Another example, there is an interactive screen to the left of the teacher and a whiteboard directly behind him. So you can see how describing the location using prepositional phrases can add lots of details to your description. There are lots of prepositional phrases you can use. Here are a bunch of examples. I recommend you take a screenshot of this and study these and practice using them in your descriptions. But that's not all. You can also do one more thing which is quite advanced to describe your photo. And this is to make a speculation or to make a guess. So making a speculation on the photo means that you're guessing what is happening based on the photo. So for example, here is my speculation. He must be an effective teacher as the young students are focusing well on the lesson. So do I know 100% that he is an effective teacher? No, I don't. I'm just guessing or making a speculation based on the photo. But as I mentioned, your speculation or your guess should be closely related to what's happening in the photo. Here's another example. There is a large interactive screen behind the teacher that is likely being used for an educational game. Again, I don't know 100% that is being used for an educational game. I'm just making a guess or a speculation based on the evidence in the photo. There are lots of grammar structures you can use to make a speculation, and a good thing is that typically these grammar structures are considered quite advanced. So if you use them well in your answer, it could boost your score. And here are some of these grammar structures. So to make a speculation about why is something happening now, so in the present, you can use modal verbs like must, may, might, or can't be. You can also use other words and expressions. You might also want to speculate about something that's happened in the past, but affecting the present. In that case, you can use might have, must have, or could not have. These are some examples of modal verbs. There are more, but these are the basic ones. So those are things you can write about in your photo, but now I have a bonus tip for you, and it is to always try to use descriptive language, words like adjectives, adverbs, and prepositions. Using these words will give you extra points because vocabulary is on the scoring criteria. And in my examples so far, I have used lots of these words, but let me show you one more time to remind you. So this is a full answer, and the descriptive language or descriptive words are in orange. So we have young, in front of, politely, effective, well. These are all adjectives, adverbs, and prepositions, which you can use to describe your photo in more detail. Another example, here the descriptive language is modern, in front of, large, behind, educational. Again, useful descriptive words to describe a photo and boost your score for this question type. So that's how you describe a photo, but now you need to practice. So I recommend you watch this video here to see lots of photos with sample answers. This will be a great way to practice, so I'll see you in this video. Hi friends, this is part 2 of the Describing the Photo mini-series I'm doing here on YouTube. This is for the Duolingo English test. In my last video, I described lots of strategies you can use to describe a photo effectively and get the highest score you can for this writing question on the Duolingo test. And this video is all about practice. So I have prepared 7 photos for you to practice with within the 1 minute time limit. And after the 1 minute, I will show you a sample answer. I highly recommend you use this video and write your answers below in the comments. Because of the short time limit for this question type, practicing doing it a lot is really helpful. And we will start this practice in 1 second, but very quickly, in case you missed the last video, here is a brief summary of the strategies I taught. So this is how you describe a photo. You should begin with a general summary, basically describing what the photo is about. Then you can describe the actions of the people or subject by using the present continuous tense. You can also describe the location of the items in the photo. For this, you should use prepositional phrases. And lastly, you can also make a speculation. Use modal verbs or other phrases to do this. And to boost your score, you should use lots of descriptive language, adjectives, adverbs, for example. Now, of course, you don't have to do all of this in your answer. Remember, you only have 1 minute, but these are some guidelines for you to follow. Okay then, well, let's start with the practice and I'll see you at the end of the video. By the way, if you want to learn about how to describe a photo in a lot more detail, then I do have a full writing course covering this question type. You'll learn everything you need to know about how to describe a photo well, and I give you lots and lots of practice questions. Also included in the same course is the writing about a topic in 50 words or more. Again, in this one, I show you how to structure your answer effectively and how to use complex grammar and good vocabulary to get a great score. If this is something you're interested in, there's a link below in the description. Okay, here's photo number 2. Okay guys, well done. You just practiced 7 photos. If this was helpful, put a heart emoji below in the comments to let me know. And now I recommend you watch this speaking video here, because on the Duolingo test, you also have to speak about the photo. It's almost the same as writing, but it is a bit different because you have longer to do it. So this video here will help you with this speaking question. Okay, I'll see you here. Bye.
Hi and welcome to video 2 of this 4-part series where I'm sharing key tips and strategies to help you to ace the most challenging questions on the Duolingo English test. I'm teacher Luke, an expert DET teacher, and in this lesson we're going to focus on interactive writing, which looks like this on the exam. I'm going to share with you 3 super tips to help you to ace this tricky question. So let's just get right to it. Before we dive into these tips, let's just quickly review what the interactive writing question type involves. This is actually quite a unique question, so how does it work? Interactive writing has 2 parts. First, you'll see a question prompt and you have 5 minutes to write your response. Then, after those 5 minutes, you'll get a follow-up question, and you'll have 3 minutes to respond to that. While you're answering the follow-up question, you can still see your original first response, which you can use to guide you. However, you are not able to go back and change or edit your first response. So, as you can probably tell, when it comes to interactive writing on the Duolingo English test, it can be easy to feel a bit stressed out. But no need to worry, because today's video will help you feel a lot more confident, and I'll show you how to turn your okay answers into great ones with my 3 super tips for improving your writing. Now, although we'll focus mainly on the interactive writing questions today, you can still use these tips for the writing sample question, this one here. And you can also use these in your general English writing, so these tips will be really helpful for you. So let's just jump right into tip number 1. Remember your structure. Structure is how you organize your answer. What should you write first, second, and so on. And of course, this is critical for scoring well, as you can see here in the scoring criteria. Specifically, this point right here, discourse coherence. It doesn't matter if you use the most advanced vocabulary or write with perfect grammar. Without a clear structure, your score will suffer because your ideas won't seem logical or coherent. Think of it like building a house. You wouldn't start with the roof, right? You need to have the foundation, the walls, and then the roof, or the whole thing will collapse. And the same goes for your writing. So let's break down a simple 3-part structure you can use for any interactive writing question. Topic sentence. Start by clearly stating your opinion or stance. For example, if the question asks whether you agree or disagree with something, you could say, I completely agree with the statement that, or I strongly disagree with the idea that. This makes your position clear from the start and is a good way to begin your answer. There are lots of phrases you can use to begin your answer, and here are 10 more phrases you could use. You can get this PDF by clicking the link below. Let's see how you can use them in a full sentence. This is a real Duolingo English test question, and we'll use this question throughout this video. People are never satisfied with what they have. They always want something more or different. Do you agree or disagree? Why? Give specific reasons for your answer. And a sample topic sentence could go like this. I am in complete agreement with the idea that people are never satisfied with what they have, as I believe it is human nature to always seek more. Now, after you've written your topic sentence, you should move on to the main part of your answer. This can be called the body or the main ideas. Since you only have 5 and 3 minutes to write your answers, you are not expected to write down lots and lots of ideas. Instead, I suggest thinking of 1 or 2 main ideas that are related to the question and support your topic sentence. Then you should develop your ideas with explanations, examples, or even writing about your personal experiences. For instance, you could say, "A strong example of this can be seen in," or "I believe this because." And here are a bunch more phrases you can use. Again, let's see these in a full sentence based on the earlier Duolingo test question. Firstly, people often want more because they tend to compare themselves to others. For instance, even if someone has a good job and a nice home, seeing others with higher paying jobs or more expensive possessions can make them dissatisfied dissatisfied and want more. Another reason people are rarely satisfied is that achieving one goal often leads to setting higher goals. Personally, after I bought my first car, I was happy at first, but soon after I wanted a more expensive model, which shows how quickly satisfaction fades. Okay, now moving on to the last part of your answer, which is of course your concluding sentence. You should try to wrap things up with a short concluding sentence that restates your main point but uses different words. For example, you might say, "In summary, it's clear that." This reinforces your position and shows off your vocabulary. And here is an example in a full sentence. In conclusion, people naturally want more because they are always looking to improve and reach new goals, which makes it hard to ever feel fully satisfied. Okay, moving on to tip number 2, use higher level vocabulary. On interactive writing, it's helpful to step up your vocabulary from using everyday words to more academic ones. And if your test is coming soon, a quick way to level up your vocabulary is by swapping out basic words for more advanced ones with similar meanings. For example, instead of saying important, try crucial, significant, or vital. Instead of problem, you could say challenge, issue, or obstacle. And for phrases like "I think," you could say "in my opinion," or "it could be argued that." Using more advanced words will help demonstrate your lexical diversity and lexical sophistication, which, as you can see right here, are on the scoring criteria. Here's a bunch more words you can use. And just a reminder, you can get this PDF by clicking the link in the video description. Okay, moving on to tip number 3, manage your time. So this one is a very important one for all of the questions on the Duolingo English test, but especially for interactive writing. You shouldn't forget that you only have a short amount of time to write your answer, so every second counts. It is very easy to get caught up trying to make everything perfect and then simply running out of time. That's bad, so don't let that happen to you. So here are 3 steps to help you stay on track. Step 1, during the preparation. You'll have time to read the question before you begin writing, so quickly come up with 1 or 2 main ideas and mentally organize them using the structure we discussed. Remember, you are not allowed to use a pen or paper during this exam, so keep your plan and your ideas in your head. Step 2, when writing. I don't recommend writing for the full 5 minutes. Instead, aim to stop a bit early and leave about a minute to go back and proofread your answer. Catching and fixing small mistakes can instantly boost your score, and in my opinion, it's a lot better than using your remaining seconds to write 1 more sentence. Step 3, for the follow-up question. Apply the same strategy here. Write for about 2.5 minutes and then spend the remaining time double checking your answer to make sure it's looking good. Now that we've talked about strategies for structuring your answers and improving your vocabulary, let's talk about your mindset. A strong mindset can make a big difference on test day, so here are a few tips to help you stay calm, focused, and confident during your Duolingo English test. Don't try to overcomplicate your sentences or answers just to sound more advanced. Clear and simple sentences are much better than long ones full of mistakes. So focus on what you know and aim for clear communication. Before you take the test, make sure you're fully prepared by practicing often and learning different strategies. I teach a lot of strategies in my videos, so go through as many as you can, watch them, and learn about the different ways to answer the questions on the Duolingo English test. Stay grounded. Of course, it's normal to feel pressure or stressed out during any test, but try to stay calm because this will help you think more clearly. Trust your preparation and approach each question confidently. If you feel nervous, try to ground yourself physically. Take a sip of water, have a deep breath, hold onto your seat, anything to gather your thoughts and relax. These small actions will help you to stay focused and steady during the test. And there you have it. By focusing on structure, vocabulary, and time management, you'll be well on your way to improving your score on the interactive writing question on the Duolingo English test. Now, I recommend you watch this video right here because it will help you with another tricky question on the exam. It's called Listen Then Speak, and it is a tricky one, so this video will be helpful. I'll see you here right now.
Hi friends, welcome to this Duolingo English test speaking lesson. In today's lesson, we're going to take a look at the describe a photo through speaking question type. This question type is so important because it contributes heavily to your production subscore, and I know a lot of you want to get a good score in production. So in this video, I'm going to show you how to describe a photo well through speaking. But before we begin that, if you're new to this channel, hi, I'm teacher Luke from DETready.com. If you're looking for more tools to study for the Duolingo English test, I recommend you visit our website. That's DETready.com. Okay, anyway, back to this lesson. Describing a photo is not an easy thing to do in English, so I think this video is going to be so helpful. So what type of photos might you get for this question? Let's take a look at some sample ones now. There are many different types of photos on this test. Some might look like this one, or this one. Even though there are lots of types of photos, the way you describe them can be the same, which I will show you later in my tips. If you learn a strategy like I'll show you, then you don't have to worry about the type of photo you get. Let's talk more about this question and then I'll show you those tips. Here are the key points of this question type. You have 90 seconds to complete it, but you need to speak for at least 30 seconds. So the minimum requirement is 30 seconds, but I highly recommend you speak for longer. And of course, I will show you how to do that later in this video. For this question type, you have 20 seconds to prepare. Luckily, you can see the photo while speaking, so you don't have to memorize it or anything like that. And it's important to know that you cannot re-record your answer. You only have one chance to do this correctly, and it contributes to your production and conversation subscores. So those are the key points. The important ones are that you need to speak for over 30 seconds and that you cannot re-record your answer. Remember, you only have one chance at this. If you make a mistake, just continue. Don't start over again. Now let's take a look at the scoring criteria for this question type, and there are 4 main categories you need to be aware of. The first category is content. Basically, how well do you describe the photo? Next is grammar and vocabulary. Duolingo are looking for the level and variety of your grammatical structures and your vocabulary. Next is fluency, and in the Duolingo official guidebook, they say that fluency is how long you can talk for in a limited time. And lastly, we have pronunciation, which is how clearly you can speak. Knowing how you're scored is so important because now you can tailor your answers around this scoring criteria. Remember, you should describe the photo as well as you can, use a variety of grammar and vocabulary, use clear pronunciation, and speak for as long as you can. If you do all 4 of those things, you'll score very high for this question type. But now let's go into some specifics. How can you score well on this question type based on this criteria? Well, I have 5 tips for you to help you score better, and each tip is equally important, so watch this video all the way to the end from now. It will help you a lot when you do this question on the Duolingo English test. And the first tip is to help you score better on content, and the tip is don't label. So what do I mean by labeling? Well, if you look at this photograph here, if a student just labeled the photograph, then the answer would be something like this. It's a coffee shop. I see a barista. There are lots of shelves and there is one chair. If you just label the photo like I did here as an example, then you won't score high for content or grammar and vocabulary. Why? Well, you're not describing the picture fully, you're just labeling what is in it, and you're only using simple grammatical structures. So don't do that. Instead, you want to describe using descriptive language. That way you'll describe the photo better and you'll use more complex grammar and vocabulary, both of which will help you get a really good score for this question type. And here's a better example of that. This is a photo of a stylish and modern coffee shop. Behind the counter, there are several shelves that have been hung on the wall with plants, bags of coffee, and other items placed on them. An empty wooden chair is facing the counter on the left of the photo. So this example has lots of descriptive language. These words and phrases in red are what we would consider descriptive language. Things like adjectives, prepositions, and extra information to describe the photo well. It's important to remember that to get a really good score for this question, you need to use descriptive language in your answer, like in this example here. Don't just label it. If you label, you will not get a good score for this question type. Of course, describing a photo in this much detail is not easy, so you do need to practice this a lot. On top of practicing, my other tips in this video will help you a lot. So let's move on to tip number 2, which is to learn some introductory statements. Sometimes the hardest thing to do when you're answering a speaking question is actually to begin speaking. A lot of students get stuck because they don't know how to begin. So learning some introductory statements, basically sentences to introduce your answer, will be really helpful. And I have 5 for you here. You can say, this is a picture of. This photo shows. In this image there are. Or you can use more adjectives in your answer. For example, this is a stunning photograph of. You can change stunning with another adjective, like beautiful. You can also say, in this photo I can see. So here are some examples. This is a photograph of a stylish coffee shop with a barista working behind the counter. This is an image of a young girl riding a horse down a country lane. This is a photo of a highway that leads to a big urban city. And notice in these examples that we use the present simple or present continuous when describing a photo. So you've given your first sentence, that's great, but now you need to go into detail. And one good way to do that is to describe the location of things in the photo. Basically, talking about where things are in the photograph. And this is a great way to go into detail for your answer. So let's look at how you can do that now. Tip 3, what is where? And there are some ways to do this. You might want to start from left to right, or right to left, top to bottom, or bottom to top, far to near, or near to far. If you go in a logical order and stick to it, then describing where things are located in a photo becomes a lot easier. And you should also use prepositional phrases for this. To the left, to the right, on top of, above, at the top, in the center or in the middle, in the corner, at the bottom, under, beneath, underneath, or below. Here are a bunch of extra different ones you can use as well. Using these types of phrases when describing a photo will be great because you'll describe the photo in lots of detail. That'll get you a good score for content, and also you'll get a good score for vocabulary, because if you use these phrases well, then you'll have a diverse set of vocabulary in your answer, and that's what Duolingo want to see. Let me show you how to use these in a sample answer. Behind the counter, there are several shelves that have been hung on the wall with plants, bags of coffee, and other items placed on them. In front of the shelves, a barista is hard at work, probably making a cup of coffee. The menu is written on the tall blackboard, which is to the left of the barista. Also, on the right side of the photo, there's a large coffee machine, and next to it, there are 3 other machines that are used to make coffee. As you can see, using these prepositional phrases is a great way to describe a photo because your answer becomes very descriptive. And like I said, that's what Duolingo want you to do. So that was tip number 3, talking about what is where in a photo, but that's not enough. you can't speak for 60 to 90 seconds just using this technique. You might also want to talk about who is doing what, and that's tip number 4. Who is doing what? In this tip, we want to look at the people or objects in the photo and describe what they are doing. You can use the present continuous and action verbs to do this well. So let's take a look at this photo. What are the 2 ladies in this photo doing? Here's an example answer. The woman in the navy jacket is pointing a pen at the laptop, while the lady in red is reading the information on the screen. How about this photo again? You could say, the barista is working behind the counter and waiting for customers to serve. If there are people or animals or something moving in the photo, then this becomes very easy. You just use the present continuous tense. But what if you get a photo which doesn't have an object or a person moving? What can you do then? Well, let's take a look here. If there's no actions in the photo, you should use the present simple plus an adjective. For example, the boat is stuck on the beach. As you can see here, you don't need to use complex or difficult grammar to do this well. You just need to use the present continuous or present simple tense. When we're describing a photo in English, we often just use the present tenses. Okay, now you've learned how to give an introductory statement, talk about the location of things, and talk about who is doing what. If you can do those 3 things really well, that will really help you get a better score. But there's one more thing you need to do to get the highest score, and that's use really descriptive language to add details, and that's tip number 5. Use descriptive language. Now, the first easy way to use descriptive language to add details is to use adjectives. Remember, adjectives describe nouns in more detail, and I highly recommend you use as many adjectives as you can when describing the photo. It will boost your score for vocabulary and content. Let's take a look at some examples. My simple sentence could be, this is a photo of a highway that leads to a city. Okay, that's not bad, but let's use some adjectives to describe this photo better. For example, this is a photo of a busy highway that leads to a large city. How about this example? This is a photo of a man who is giving a presentation. With some adjectives, your answer could be, this is a photo of a tall man who is giving an important presentation. Using adjectives is a fantastic way to add more details and information to your answer. And you don't need to use complex or really difficult adjectives, just simple ones will do fine. You can also use adverbs as well. Remember, adverbs modify a verb. They give more information about the verb. Let's take a look at some examples. This photo, the beautiful horses are galloping through the green field. With an adverb, you can say, the beautiful horses are quickly galloping through the green field. In this sentence, the adverb is after the be verb. But it could also come at the end of the sentence, like this. The beautiful horses are galloping through the green field quickly. Another example, this is an image of a young girl riding a horse down a country lane. With an adverb, this is an image of a young girl riding a horse carefully down a country lane. Or again at the end of the sentence. Those are 5 tips. Now let's look at a full answer to show you how it's constructed from start to finish. This is a photo of a coffee shop with a barista behind the shop counter. The barista is working, possibly making some coffee, and waiting for customers to serve. Behind the counter, there are several shelves that have been hung on the wall with plants, bags of coffee, and other items placed on them. The menu is written on the tall blackboard, which is to the left of the barista. Also, on the right side of the photo, there's a large coffee machine. And next to it, there are 3 other machines that are used to make coffee. The coffee shop's design is very stylish and natural, because the counter and the shelves are made of wood, and the chair in front of the counter is also wooden. Even though there aren't any customers present at the moment, I think it's likely a popular place for local residents and tourists to visit. Hi everyone, I'm Luke, an expert Duolingo English test teacher, and today we're going to talk about the speaking tasks. Specifically, the independent or the extended speaking task, where you have to talk about a topic for around 90 seconds. And you have to do this 3 times in the test. You also have to describe a picture. That's a different task, and if you want to find out more information about that, hit this card here. But this video is all about the extended speaking task, where you've got to talk about a topic for around 90 seconds. Usually the topics are pretty simple, things like work, study, music, art, etc. But being able to talk about one of these topics for 90 seconds fluently is quite challenging. So in today's video, I'm going to give you some top tips to help you with this task. But first, let's take a look at what you've got to do exactly. So these are the different types of speaking tasks you have to do in the Duolingo test. One task is describing a picture. I did a long video on how to do this well. Find the link in the description. Then you have 3 independent speaking tasks. 2 of these are introduced to you with written prompts, and 1 is with an oral prompt. Oral just means through listening. The written prompt looks like this. You have between 20 and 30 seconds to prepare, and you just click that Record Now button at the bottom when you're ready. It says that you should speak for at least 30 seconds about the questions below. And while that's true, I highly recommend that you speak for longer. So in this task, you actually have 90 seconds to answer this question, and like I mentioned, I strongly recommend that you speak for at least 80 seconds. Because at the end of the day, this is an English test where you're supposed to show off your English. So the more you talk, the more chance you have to use better vocabulary or advanced grammatical structures, both of which will help you with your overall score. So definitely keep this in mind. Try to speak for at least 80 seconds. So when you're here, after 30 seconds, this next box in the corner will light up, so you can click that as soon as you've finished. So that was the written prompt, but you also have an oral prompt. This is a lot harder. So what happens here is that you actually get given a question or a prompt through listening. So you have to listen and respond correctly to the question you hear. Of course, this tests both your listening and speaking skills. Again, for this task, you have 90 seconds to speak. And you can replay the question up to 3 times. So if you want to listen to it again, just click this speaker button. But remember, you only have 3 times to do this. And when you've answered the question fully, just click next and you can go on to the next question. So just to remind you, you have 3 extended speaking tasks in this test, 2 with a written prompt and 1 with an oral prompt. But the way you answer should be the same. The oral prompt is just there to test your listening skills and to check how well you respond to a listening question. Okay, so now let's take a look at my top tips for answering this task in the best way possible. Okay, my top tip number 1 is to answer the prompts. So on test day, when you're doing this task, you'll get a prompt like this. Talk about a book you recently read. This is the main topic. And then you'll have 4 questions to guide you through your answer. I highly recommend that you go through all of these questions, because talking for 90 seconds without these prompts can be very challenging. So you can just simply go question to question to question to question and answering them with lots of detail, and that should take you to 90 seconds. I've seen a lot of teachers talking about these prompts and how students should just ignore them and talk about their own story, but to be honest, I think it's much easier just to answer these questions. So I know that's a really simple tip, but sometimes the simple tips are the best. So be sure to answer those prompts. Tip number 2 is to remember to always answer the questions, but then expand on your answer. Again, remember that this is an English proficiency test, so you have to show off your English. So you shouldn't just answer the question in a simple way, you should answer and expand. So how can you expand? Well, you can elaborate, that means talk more about your answer. You can give your opinion, or you can give someone else's opinion, and you can also give some examples. So I know this is another simple tip, but you'd be surprised how many students just give a simple answer, and they think that's enough, but it's not. Remember, you always have to give a simple answer, but then expand on it, because you want to show the examiner, or in this case the computer, that you're really good at English. So remember, answer and expand. Answer and expand. So let me show you an example. So let's say this is our topic. Talk about a book that you read recently. And the prompts are, what was the title? What was it about? How did you first hear of it? What did you like or dislike about it? So for the first question, what was the title? This is an example of how you can answer a simple question like this, but expand on your answer to show off your English. So this is my example. A book that I've read recently, which really inspired me, was called Surely You're Joking, Mr. Feynman, by the famous physicist Dr. Feynman. This book is a collection of personal stories, both hilarious and thought-provoking, from Dr. Feynman's life. So let's take a look at this. The question, what was the title, is a really simple question, and a very simple answer would just be, a book that I've read recently was called Surely You're Joking, Mr. Feynman. If I just stop there, I'm only answering the question, but I'm not elaborating. So as you can see in this example, all of the parts in green are the parts which I elaborated. Remember, elaborate means to give more information. So the parts that I elaborated, I said, which really inspired me. And then I added a little bit more detail about the book. So this is a very simple way to elaborate about this topic, the book. You can talk about the author, or about the genre of the book, and what were your reactions to the book. So this is a good way of expanding the simple question, what was the title? Now let's take a look at the second question, which is, what was it about? So this is also an example answer, and again I elaborated. So let me show you. This book is mainly about all the life lessons that Dr. Feynman learned in his amazing life. For instance, do things that you love as best as you can. As this book is a collection of stories from his life rather than a novel, it doesn't really have a plot. Each chapter covers one important part of his life, such as his time at university or the time when he met Albert Einstein, which, in my opinion, was the most fascinating chapter. So in this section, in order to elaborate, I gave examples. I said, for instance, do things that you love as best as you can. And at the bottom, I said, such as his time at university or the time when he met Albert Einstein. So here, such as provides examples to what I said earlier. Each chapter covers one important part of his life. So as you can see from these two, adding examples is a great and easy way to elaborate. Then the last part, which is in purple, is a way to elaborate by showing your opinion. There are lots of different phrases you can use to share your opinion. In my opinion is the simplest one, but you could also say, as far as I'm concerned, or in my point of view. These are just some examples. So I hope this showed you some good ways to expand on your simple answers. Now let's take a look at tip number 3, which is transition words. Using transition words will help your answer to sound more fluent and more coherent. And there are lots of different transition words you can use. If you want to move on to the next question, it's a good idea to use one of these transition words. You can say, okay, turn into the next question. Moving on to question 3. Or, as for question 3. These are simple and smooth ways to transition from question to question. You can also use these transition words when you are giving your answer. So you can signpost your ideas by saying first, second, third, or firstly, secondly, thirdly. When you want to give more information, you can say what's more, furthermore, or moreover. And when you're about to finish your answer, you can say finally. Also, if you forgot to mention something important, but would like to mention it at the end, you can say, one more thing I'd like to talk about is, and then talk about your idea. So remember, it's important to use transition words like these because it'll make your answer a lot more smooth and make your answer sound a lot more organized. So practice using these. Okay, moving on to my final tip, which is tip number 4. This tip is very useful, and it is to look out for question triggers. So what is a question trigger? Well, different questions have words which require a certain type of answer. So here are 6 common questions you might see on this speaking task on the Duolingo English test, and the words in green are the trigger. They are triggers because they should trigger a certain answer or a certain response. And that response usually has a specific grammar structure you should use. So let's take a look. The first one, how did you first hear of this book? So of course the word did is a past tense. So when you answer this question, you have to respond using one of the past tenses. So the past simple, the past continuous, past perfect, used to. That one's quite straightforward. The next question, will you read a similar book? This one refers to the future. So again, you have to respond using one of the correct future tenses. Will, going to, the present continuous, the future perfect, or the future continuous. Be sure to use the correct tense for the idea that you are talking about. Now they get a little bit more tricky. So this question is quite common. How long have you been doing something? For this, you need to respond using the present perfect continuous. The present continuous is have plus been plus a verb with ing. And we use this to talk about an ongoing action that started in the past. So if a question says, how long have you been doing something? You should respond like this. I've been doing this for 3 years, 4 years, or whatever. But you have to respond using the correct tense. So pay attention to the question. 4 is particularly difficult and a lot of students lose points by answering this question wrong. This question is a hypothetical question. They usually come in the would form. So would you recommend this book? So to answer this correctly, you have to respond in a hypothetical way. So you could say something like, yes, I would recommend this book because I thought it was really inspiring. So if a question has would in it, you shouldn't answer using the simple past. So for this question, would you recommend the book to someone? You shouldn't say, yes, I did, or yes, I will. You should respond in a hypothetical way. For example, yes, I would recommend this book because I found it very interesting. Or, no, I don't think I would recommend this book because it wasn't very good. You could also use if sentences here too, because if sentences are hypothetical. So a simple answer would be, sure, if someone asked me about this book, I would recommend it. So definitely pay attention for the would questions. And the last two are opinion questions. For example, why questions, or what do you or what did you like or dislike about something? These questions expect you to share your opinion, so you should use opinion phrases like, in my opinion, from my point of view, as far as I'm concerned. Let's see how this is used in a real example. So let's use the same prompt as earlier. Talk about a book that you read recently. And we'll answer this question. How did you first hear of it? So I could say, turn to the next question. The first time I heard of this book was on a podcast where 2 people were talking about the most influential books that they've ever read. Even though I hadn't heard of Dr. Feynman then, the way they talked about him was amazing. So as soon as I finished listening to the podcast, I went straight out to the bookstore to buy the book. So as you can see here, the question, how did you first hear of it, required an answer using the past tense. But I started off by saying, turning to the next question. Remember, this was a transition word. This is a good way to move from one question to the next one. And then throughout my answer, I used the different past tenses. Heard is a simple past tense. Were talking about is the past continuous. Hadn't heard was the past perfect. And talked, finished, and went are the past simple. Definitely practice using all the different past tenses in a story like this because it'll help you get a higher score in grammatical accuracy and complexity. Okay, so those were some of my top tips for answering the 90-second extended speaking on the Duolingo English test. Just to remind you, they were answer the prompts, answer and expand, use transition words, and look out for question triggers. And now it's your turn. I'm going to give you a question prompt and 90 seconds to answer. This is a real question from the Duolingo English test. Definitely try to answer this question through speaking for 90 seconds, but if you want me to give you some feedback, write your answer below in the comments and I'll check. Okay, are you ready? Let's go. So how did you find that? 90 seconds is quite long, isn't it? But I hope my top tips helped you to answer this question fluently and with a lot more information in order to help you get a better score. Okay, and that's it from me today. Thank you for watching. I hope this was helpful and I'll see you next time. Take care.
The Duolingo English test just got a major update with a few small tweaks, but one big change that you really need to know about. So here's what's new. These two question types have been removed from the test: read aloud and listen then speak. The minimum time limits for the speaking and writing questions have also been removed. The interactive listening question has been expanded with a brand new part. But most importantly, there is a new speaking question and it's called interactive speaking. It looks like this on the test. For this new question, you're going to have a real-time conversation with one of the Duolingo characters in everyday English, just like you would in real life. Since interactive speaking is brand new, this video will show you exactly how it works and how you can start preparing for it today, so you can take the test feeling confident and ready to speak naturally. And to make this video even more useful, I'll even walk you through my simple framework that I use with my top students to help them to give longer, better answers without sounding robotic. So let's get you ready for what I think is the most natural question on the Duolingo test. Let's get started by talking about how interactive speaking actually works. And it goes like this. You will have a real-time conversation with one of the Duolingo characters. They'll ask you a question, you answer, then they ask another question, and you keep going. In total, you'll answer between 6 and 8 questions on 1 or 2 topics in the format that I just showed you. That was from the official practice test, and when you're ready to take that, there is a link below in the video description. For each question, you'll have up to 35 seconds to speak, making it quick, natural, and honestly, in my opinion, kind of fun, because it's almost like you're speaking to a real person about quite interesting topics. And this, for me, makes the DET speaking a bit easier to prepare for than the older exams like the IELTS or TOEFL, because you actually get to use your everyday English, making the test experience a bit more enjoyable and natural. Okay, so what kind of questions will you actually get when you do interactive speaking? You'll get 2 different topics per interactive speaking conversation and 6 to 8 questions, like I mentioned. Usually 3 or 4 questions for one topic and 3 or 4 questions for another topic. For example, when I took the official practice test, I got 4 questions about communication and another 4 about audiobooks. Some other topics could be education, technology, health and lifestyle, the environment, or social issues. When you try the official practice test, you'll be able to see the types of topics for yourself. But for now, let me show you what a real question will look and sound like with my sample answer.
Thanks for discussing useful technology with me. Now I'd like to change topics and ask you a few questions about rainy weather. Describe some things people might do when it rains.
I live in the UK and it rains a lot, so yes, we have lots of things to do when it rains. The first thing is to go to a cafe or a restaurant or a pub. Pubs are very common in the UK and they're not necessarily just for drinking, they are also for being social, having dinner, and meeting friends, etc. So I think on a rainy day, one of the best things you can do is go inside to a restaurant or a pub and socialize. That way you're not staying inside by yourself.
Did you notice that the questions were quite broad on everyday topics that are quite easy to relate to and talk about? And that's exactly the point. The Duolingo test is not a knowledge test, it is an English test. So don't overthink it, try to communicate naturally using your everyday English. However, of course you're taking this test to get a high score, so how do you do that? Well, the DET is looking at 4 key aspects in your speaking. We have fluency, vocabulary, grammar, and pronunciation, basically all aspects of speaking. But what does all this mean? Let me elaborate a little bit. Fluency
Do you speak smoothly without too many pauses? And do you speak at a natural speed? For vocabulary, do you use a good variety of words? And do you use topic-related words? For grammar, are your sentence structures accurate? And do you use a range of grammatical structures? Pronunciation, are your words clear and easy to understand? Even though the Duolingo English test does feel more relaxed than the other English tests, it's still measuring important academic speaking skills, just in a way that allows you to be yourself. That's why short answers like, yes, I agree, or it depends, won't help you much. Rather, you need to extend your answers and show off your English language ability. But how do you show off your English language skills and give longer, more detailed answers, especially on test day when you're nervous? If this is you, don't worry, a lot of my top students who have great English still struggle with this. If you're struggling too, then I recommend using my framework that helps you to give detailed answers without sounding robotic. I call it the Oreo framework, and this is what Oreo stands for. O means opinion, so give your direct answer. R means reason, explain why you think something. E is for example, share a real life situation if you can. And O is for outcome. This is where you can conclude with your result or a reflection. Okay, I know that is quite a lot, but now let me contextualize that for you so you can see it in use in a real sample answer.
Do you think students should learn more creativity at school?
Yes, I strongly think that creativity should be more of a focus in schools, and actually, in my opinion, I think it's just as important as other academic skills. One reason is that creative thinking helps with problem solving in life, and if you do not have the ability to think creatively, then you might be a little bit stuck when it comes to certain problems in your life. For example, when I was in school, my schools didn't focus much on creativity, it was much more academic driven, and I think that has really hindered my life. So, all in all, yes, I think that students should focus more on creativity when they're in school. But just so you know, you do not need to use every part of the Oreo framework in every answer. It's not a strict formula by any means. It's more of a mindset tool that can help you to expand your answers when you need to. So why don't you try this Oreo framework in your practice? And you can practice by using the official practice test below. It's a great way to prepare for this new question, and it's the only place to get a reliable estimated score. So you can click the link down here or go to englishtest.duolingo.com.
Samples. These question types are almost the same as read then speak and read then write. But the main difference is that your answers will be sent to the university along with your scorecard, which means that the university or institutions you're applying to will be able to read and view your answers, which of course adds an element of pressure to these questions. They are also graded. Previously, these question types were ungraded, but now they do contribute to your overall score. So it is important to take them seriously as they affect your score, and the universities you're applying to will be able to view your answers.
Hi friends, I'm Teacher Luke, and today I'm going to be taking a full Duolingo English practice test. This is the new test, which will contain all of the new questions that have been added to the test. So if you're taking your test soon, this video will be really helpful for you, because as I go through the test for each of the questions, I will be sharing some tips and strategies that will help you to boost your score, because you'll know how to answer these questions really effectively. Also, if you just want to watch certain parts of the test, if you click on the timestamps below, somewhere down here, you can see where each section begins and finishes. That way you can just jump around this test as you please. So let's get right to it. The first question type you'll see is this one here. It's called Read and Select, and it's quite a famous one for the Duolingo English test. It's the one where you have to choose if a word is a real English word or not in just 5 seconds. For example, this one here, lethal, is a real word. Atween is not. See here, 5 seconds. You click no if it's not a real. Prosperity is. You click yes. So a lot of students ask me, like, what is a real English word? Well, a real English word is a word like this, like global, which has a meaning attached to it. This word here, for example, is not real because it has no meaning, even though it looks like a real word, this one too, because it follows correct English spelling patterns. If it has no meaning, it's not real. So what are some tips or strategies for this one? Basically, read the word. If you know it, you click yes because you know the meaning. Like riches, you probably know this one, click yes. But if you do not know the meaning, then you should assume it's not a real word. It's impossible to guess because all of the words follow correct English spelling patterns like this one, but they have no meaning, so it's not real. Okay, that's question type number 1. Question type number 2, and also section number 2, is called fill in the blanks. This is also a vocabulary question, but here you have to fill in the missing words by using the context to help you. So it's more like a context-based vocabulary question. Remember to circulate was difficult. Hey, remember to circulate those party invitations to all the guests. Circulate means just kind of hand out, but quite a tricky one. Okay, so you have to use the context to help you. So you read the sentence, use the couple letters in front to help you to decide. So we have justify the decision. So I saw this and I saw decision to finance department. I saw the first few letters, JUS, and based on that context, I was able to know that the answer is justify. Energize me for the rest of the day. Okay, and another thing, you can click continue if you want to, or you can just let the timer run out. Doesn't really matter, it's your choice. If the timer runs out, whatever you have written will be submitted. Yeah. So we have 2 countries here, representatives. Diplo is the first part of the word, so you can use that context to help you. Okay, in her blog post, she couldn't help but rave about the stunning sunset. So rave about something means to brag about or shout about in a positive way, as a collocation, to rave about something. Or phrasal verb? Collocation. Probably collocation. Frequent. This is pretty tricky. They would frequent the local diner. See, in my opinion, that's pretty spoken English and more like American spoken English, to frequent somewhere. So you have to know lots of types of English, formal English and more casual spoken English. This one a bit more standard. Set yourself up for success. That's a phrase, to set yourself up for success. Saucepan? Yes. Saucepan. Okay. See, I was going to write disrupted then, but that doesn't fit. So you have to think quickly. The answer would be disturbed. Yeah, personally for me, that's actually the hardest question type on the test, simply because of the time limit. The other ones, in my opinion, are a bit easier. Okay, section 3 is called mixed language skills. You have 2 question types of this one.
I became a software engineer after college.
This one is called listen and type. It's a dictation question. You have to listen and type out exactly what you hear in 1 minute. I became a software engineer after college. So Okay, so you can listen up to 3 times.
I became a software engineer after college.
Yeah, so yeah, the first time plays automatically, then you can listen 2 more times if you want to. Yeah, and then once you're done, you can click continue, or you can just let the timer run out. It's your choice.
Agricultural engineering profoundly shapes the future of farming. Agricultural engineering profoundly shapes the future of farming.
Okay, so my recommendation is the first listening, you type out as much as you can. If you can do the whole sentence, that's fantastic. If not, just do as much as you can. And then the other 2 listenings are for filling in the blanks.
Agricultural engineering profoundly shapes the future of farming.
Or just using it to double check what you've written. So use all 3 listenings is the best way to answer this question type. Okay, this is the second question type in the mixed skills section, and it's called read and complete. It's very similar to fill in the blanks, but you actually have a whole paragraph. So yay. All right, some tips. Always read the title, the first and last sentences, because these are always complete and they will give you contextual clues. You might even find repeated words within these parts of the paragraph too. So definitely do that. Okay, so the process of picking a jury. In American legal cases, it is typical to have a decision made by a jury of ordinary citizens, okay? Attorneys can also select to eliminate a handful of people for no particular reason. Okay, so we're talking about courts, law, juries, this type of stuff. So, attorney? The attorney... Oh. Attorney representing the accused. Make this a bit bigger for myself. That's better. Getting old. I have bad eyes. Okay, so the attorney representing the accused and the attorney for the state both get to interview potential jurors. Individuals are eliminated if they have a prejudice or expertise, no, experience that would influence their judgment of the case. Okay, let's double check that now. So go again for this one. Some tips are to firstly read the first and last sentence and the title, then do as many words as you can quickly. Then after that, you can go back and fill in any of the gaps, or in my case here, double check I didn't make any mistakes. So the attorney representing the accused and the attorney state. Oh, see, a mistake here, typo. Okay, looking good to me. Okay, this is a kind of medium one, not too difficult, not too hard. I've seen some pretty tricky ones.
Despite graduating years ago, he still has access to his university email account.
So despite graduating years ago, comma, he still has access to his university's email account.
Despite graduating years ago, he still has access to his university email account.
Okay, so I'm not going to listen 3 times. I'm confident. I just want to run through a couple of things with you guys. So firstly, punctuation. So this is a good example. capital letter, full stop, the basics. In this case, I need to use a comma here. Why? Because this is a complex sentence. We have clause number 1 and clause number 2. So in that case, we need to use a comma. These things do affect your score. So yeah, make sure you use them correctly, especially capital letter
I
and full
expected
stop.
green lawns and quiet streets in the suburbs.
Okay, I expected green lawns and quiet streets in the suburbs.
I expected green lawns and quiet streets in the suburbs.
Yeah, again, don't forget to use the punctuation, okay? In my VIP program, I meet a lot of students. We do practice for this, and so many students forget to use capital letters. They'll use a small I, for example, or no full stop. Don't do that. Remember, this is an English test, so use correct punctuation and use the correct rules.
I felt very sorry that I had put them to so much trouble.
Okay.
I felt very sorry that I had put them to so much trouble.
Okay. Yeah. So for listen, then type. Listen and type this question type. It seems like in this new update that you'll get this question type more frequently than before. It seems to be about 8 to 9 times, so quite frequently. So this is actually an important one for you to get good at, because there seems to be a lot of them. Also, I think it's good news because it's one of the easier question types, and you have a whole minute to do it, which is usually more than enough. Okay. Read, then complete. Again, title, first and second sentence. First and last sentence, excuse me. Okay, William Herschel's theory of stars. I've done this one before. Okay, so let's run through it. So he also suggested that afterwards it would collapse. So talking about the a star, the life of a supernova or a star. He also suggested that it would collapse into a ball of gas from which new stars would emerge. I've done this one before, so it's a bit easier for me. Another thing is, you guys are preparing for the Duolingo English test. If you're watching this video to this point, you're definitely preparing. Do this practice test almost every single day. You get repeated questions, but that's okay, because it's all about building your stamina and getting used to the formatting of the questions. Do it every day, especially if you're taking the test within like a week. You should do it every single day. You can also head over to practice.detready.com because we have thousands of practice questions there for you. That's a great way for you to practice. You can also check your answers, which on the Duolingo practice test, you can't check your answers. So if you want more practice, head over to practice.detready.com. Okay, I should double check. This is fine. He also suggested that afterwards it would collapse into a ball of gas from which new star, or from where new star? From where new star? No, from which, right? Okay. Okay.
They received praise for their good behavior. The company prioritized the use of recycled materials during the manufacturing process. The company prioritized the use of recycled materials during the manufacturing process.
Their first day at work was successful. Their first day at work was successful.
You are a school teacher, aren't you?
Yeah, another example of punctuation. So this part by here is a question tag. Question tags need to have a question mark at the end, and by here they need to have a comma before the question tag. You are a school teacher, comma, aren't you? Okay, next section. Section 4 is called interactive reading. On the real test, you'll get this 2 times. You'll get it twice. On the practice test, you just get it once. You have 7 to 8 minutes to read a passage and answer a bunch of questions. The first question type is similar to fill in the blanks, but instead of typing it out, you have to select the word. Okay, so let's go through. Okay, so learn and grow. So you'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 options. You choose the correct one. So in this case, it's learn and grow. Adapting our behaviors as we encounter new experiences and ideas. It's important to read the whole sentence because without this part, you would not be able to guess this word. So you have to read the whole sentence and then choose the correct word. Nurture includes the experiences and ideas. And the power of nurture shaping our actions and choices, cannot be ignored. Through our mindset and attitude, we can actively seek personal growth, allowing ourselves to be influenced by our surroundings, the people we and the values we adopt, the people we meet and the values we adopt. Our capacity to evolve underlines the essential role of nurture in dictating our actions, far more than any innate genetic factors could determine. It's pretty tricky. Parallel lives of identical twins, something separated at birth, showcase how environmental factors shape unique life trajectories. Despite blah blah the same sharing the same genetic makeup, these individuals often exhibit varying behavior, characteristics, and preferences, proving the pivotal role of nurture in the development of our behavioral patterns here. Oftentimes when you're reading it, you might even be able to guess the word without even seeing the options, and then you can check the options to double check if you're correct. Okay, that looks good. This is the first question type on interactive reading, and it's the longest one, so you might want to spend around a minute and a half doing this, maybe 2 minutes, and then the other ones seem to be a little bit shorter. Not easier, just a bit shorter. Okay, so this is part 2. This is where we select the best sentence to complete the passage. We've already read, that's me, this one. We've already read this. We don't have to read it again if we don't need to, but what we should do is read the second paragraph because this is the connection. We'll find a connection here. Okay. However, it's vital to recognize that cultural factors can greatly modify and shape these universal behaviors, highlighting the significance of shared human experiences in nurturing our understanding of one another. Okay. Something I like to do for this question type is read the last sentence again and then this first one, because this is the connection. What is connecting the last sentence from the first paragraph and then the first sentence of the second paragraph. So let's try that. However, it is vital. Okay. So it won't be however again. We've already used however here. You can check your answer here as well, which is useful. Okay, now this one, highlight the text in the passage. Here we got to select the correct information. Only highlight what is necessary. Do not highlight too much and do not highlight too little. Just highlight what is necessary. I got to speed up. We've got 4 questions in just 2 minutes. So, what is demonstrated by the parallel lives of identical twins separated by? So demonstrated. Look for synonyms. So demonstrated. We have showcase here. So it's what is demonstrated is how environmental factors shape unique life trajectories. That is the answer. Only highlight this. We do not need to highlight the whole sentence if we don't need to or don't want to. Look for synonyms. Like I said, demonstrated, showcase. That's the clue. What do identical twins share? Well, something to do with their genes. Despite sharing, there you go. So synonym, share, sharing, same word. The same genetic makeup. Okay. This question now is the main idea. So what is the idea expressed in the passage? This has not changed. We do not need to read this again if you don't want to. If you want to, you can, but you do not need to. You should know it quite well by now. So, nurture and nature. Okay, so what's the main idea? So identical twins by here looks like a good idea, but it's not because that's just a part of it. And also this is a bit wrong. It's actually first one. So nurture rather than nature has the greatest power to shape our lives. This is the answer. This one also looks good, but nature is the most significant factor. That's not true. Nurture, according to this passage. And last one is to select the best title. So what do you think would be the best title? Again, we do not need to read this. It's not changed at all. Influence of genetic on work behavior? No. Role of diet? No. Process of attitude? No. Parallel lives? Nurture? This looks like good. So parallel lives, you've got twins who are separated. That's kind of one of the examples. And then nature versus nurture is the main argument. Okay, that's it. So you get, remember on the real test, you'll get 2 interactive readings. On the practice test, just once. Same for section 5, interactive listenings. On the real test, you'll get this twice. On the practice test, just once. Okay, so this is the first part of interactive.
You are an urban studies student who is nearing the end of their undergraduate studies. You are trying to decide if you should apply for a job or if you should apply for a doctoral program. You ask your professor for their opinion.
Okay, so yeah, that's the first listening of the scenario. You have to listen and then you have to fill in these gaps. You can listen to this as many times as you want to, so that's really good, but don't forget that this time limit is not just for these questions, it is for section 2, which is the conversation, so you can't spend too long doing it. I study, and also look here, it's what is your field of studies? I study. For this one, you really do participate in the conversation, and that's great. It's very authentic and very real life. So it's always I. So I study urban studies. I've almost finished my... I can't remember. Listen again.
You are an urban studies student who is nearing the end of their undergraduate studies. You are trying to decide if you should apply for a job or if you should apply for a doctoral program. You ask your professor for their opinion.
Job or a doctoral program. I'm asking my professor for their opinion. Okay, so I wouldn't recommend you spend more than 2 minutes on this section, but so I have time of 6 minutes 30 overall, so we got some time, so I will double check.
You are an urban studies student who is nearing the end of their undergraduate studies. You are trying to decide if you should apply for a job or if you should apply for a doctoral program. You ask your professor for their opinion.
Okay, so you can see here, this is correct by the way, you can see here that my answers are short. Just 2 words, 2 words, go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's as long as I've seen. I've done this several times. Normally they're 2 to 4 words. So anyway, if you are writing a full sentence, you know you're doing it wrong. You shouldn't need to write that much. I'm asking my professor. Okay, I gotta continue, it's gotta go faster. This is part 2. We are now participating in the conversation based on this scenario. So use this scenario to help you. Actually, you need to use it to help you. Look here, pick the best option to start. So you are starting the conversation. Okay, so I've almost finished. Professor, I'm here by my final paper. Oh, I don't really know. I have some great news. I hope you're doing well. I'm here. I think it's just generic. I hope you're doing well. Yes. Poof, that was close. Also, you can check your answers. So that's really useful.
Hi, I'm doing well, thanks. What can I do for you?
Okay, I want to get your opinion on something. I'm nearing my undergrad studies. I'm trying to apply for a doctor. There you go. This is it. So, this is exactly what the scenario was, right? I wanted to get your opinion on something. I'm nearing the end of my undergraduate studies and I'm trying to decide if I should apply for a job or should apply for a doctoral program. There you go.
That's a tough decision. Have you been looking at jobs in the field that you're interested in?
Okay, have you been looking for jobs? I see. A lot of times, just based on this kind of first little response, you can tell if it's correct or not. So I see is not correct because he asked us a question. So I'm going to be answering yes or no. Yes, and some of them are applying. No. Yes, there are some programs. No. Yes, I've been looking, but most of the jobs require a few years of experience. Okay, so you see here, yeah, I've been looking.
That's true. A doctoral program would give you the opportunity to gain more knowledge and research experience in your field so that you can eventually get a job that you want.
Okay. You can only listen once as well to this one, so it's a bit trickier. Must be this one. Yeah. I didn't really listen properly. Oh no. Yeah, this one. But it feels like it would take so long.
It definitely takes a lot of time and commitment, but it can be very rewarding. If you're not sure if an advanced degree is for you, why don't you try working in your field for a few years and then decide whether or not to pursue a doctorate later on?
Okay, so he suggested something, work in your field for a few years and then decide. So my answer is not going to be yes, because that's responding to a yes or no question. It's going to be something like, good idea. Yeah, I think it's just that's a good idea. Thank you, Professor. So he suggested that I work in my field for a few years and then decide. So I'm not going to say great. I could say great idea, but there's no plan to see him tomorrow, right? Okay, I'll do some more research. He didn't really suggest to do most research either. He said just kind of get a job and see how it goes. It has to be this one. Yes, that's correct. Okay, all right. So, yeah, you have to use the conversation, of course, to help you to choose the correct answer and also this scenario. Step 3 is coming up, which is summarizing this conversation in writing in just 75 seconds. That's really short. What you should aim to do for interactive listening is have at least a minute, like I have here, left after you've done the listening part, because I now can read this one more time to kind of refresh my memory, and then when I am typing, it'll be a lot easier. So I have to summarize this conversation. So I'm going to read it through one more time, then I'm going to click continue. Do not click continue right away. You'll be shocked. You'll end up on the summary page and you won't be ready. So make sure you read this, okay? So I study, I don't know for their opinion. Yeah. So this is the outcome. Okay, so I suggest you focus on 3 things: summary, a bit of details, and an outcome. What's the outcome here? It's that the professor suggested that I work for a few years in my field, then decide if an advanced degree is worth it or not. So, yeah, I'm ready. Yeah. Okay. I had... I am going to have time. Yeah, that goes so fast. So I aimed for 3 sentences: general summary, a bit of details, and the outcome. I finished it. I didn't have time to check if I made any mistakes. I also wanted to write an advanced degree, but I just ran out of time. I wanted to complete my sentence, so not the best summary. Okay, that's tricky. That's one of the hardest ones, in my opinion. Okay, now moving on to the writing section. So for this one, you'll get write about the photo and interactive writing. So let's get started. Okay, 1 minute to describe this photo. This is a photo of a cat looking out of a window on a sunny day. I can't type at all. The cat is looking down to the right hand corner and is staring intensely. The weather looks great with blue skies and no clouds. I'm not sure if that's any good. Look at this photo of a cat looking out of a window on a sunny day. Okay. All right, it goes so fast. Just 1 minute to write your answer. Incredibly short. You have to learn how to describe a photo before you take the Duolingo English test. Otherwise, you can have no idea what to even write about. So if you want to, head over to my VIP program at vip.detready, because I teach this in a lot of detail and it can help you a lot. Don't forget as well, on the real test, you'll get 3 photos to write about, one after another. This practice test, you just get 1. Okay, this question type is called interactive writing. Here you'll write about question 1 in 5 minutes, and then after you finish that, you'll get a follow-up question for which you have 8 minutes to answer. Yeah, let's just go through it. How do you use technology in your daily life? How has the way you use technology changed over time? Okay, so I use technology every day for my work and personal life. My work and in my personal life. However, okay, slow down, think. Sorry about that. I heard my baby fall over. She's crying in the next room. My wife's got him, but wow. Kids. Not much time. Both are not. Both are not great options. Both were not great options. Help me, right? Okay, so that's writing done. Now let's move on to the speaking section of this exam. Here you can see there are 3 tasks. So we'll have describing a photo, read then speak, and the new one, interactive speaking. So, okay, so for describing the photo, you have 20 seconds to prepare, and you have to speak for 90 seconds. You get 1 of these on the practice test and 1 on the official exam as well. Okay, this is an interesting photo. This is a photo of 3 people, probably in a classroom of some sort, possibly even a language learning classroom or an ESL classroom. It looks quite interesting. They are all adults, and they are, well, 2 of them are looking towards what I guess is the teacher, and the woman who is in the middle is looking at the man on the right of the photo. All of these 3 people are sat comfortably. The man closest to us in the foreground of the image is holding his hands together, and I guess he is pulling some sort of funny face while he's looking out of the photo. Again, I assume looking at the teacher. He's either pulling a funny face, making a joke, or is looking nervous, whereas the woman to his right is looking directly at him and is laughing in a funny way, in a supportive way. It doesn't look like she is bullying him or anything, but she's laughing in an interesting way. Behind the students is a whiteboard with some writing on it, which is written in blue ink, and on the left side of the photo there is a desk which is brown and black. If I had to take a guess, I'd say this is an ESL, English language classroom, taking place somewhere in Europe. Yeah, teaching adult students. Okay. Pretty tricky, but you've got to try to speak for as much as you can, describing the photo in as many details as you can. I suggest you do like I did there, where you kind of break it up into sections. General summary, talk about the actions, talk about the location, and then making some kind of guesses towards the end. Okay, this is, oh, I didn't read it. Okay, pretty tricky question, but yes, literature, music, and art for sure has a massive impact on society. And it can influence public opinion as well. I'm going to talk about a different art form that's not mentioned here. I'm going to talk about movies. So where I come from in the UK, a famous movie about 10 or 15 years ago was called V for Vendetta, and it is a movie about a revolution happening here in the UK, based on one of the characters from our history called Guy Fawkes. And this, in my opinion, this movie shaped public opinion in the UK immensely. It gave people some confidence that they can overthrow the government if needed, if they are being tyrannical or untrustworthy. And while of course it's an extreme version, I think it did give people a bit of a feeling of rebellion, and it was quite an interesting movie. How has literature influenced me personally? Music, more than anything, has influenced me a lot. I like to listen to kind of slow music, and this helps me to calm down and relax throughout my days. Not a good answer. I didn't have time to read it before. I was talking too much. So make sure you focus in the preparation time and read the question properly. Otherwise, you'll do what I did, which is kind of get stuck. Okay, this is interactive speaking. This is the newest question on the exam. So let's go.
I'd like to ask you a few questions about changes in your hometown or country. Talk about a new restaurant or shop in your area.
You got to click record now to begin. Don't forget that. Okay, so there is a new donut shop in my town, and this has taken my town by storm. I am from a very small town, so if you live in a big city, a donut shop might not be a big deal. But where I come from, having a fancy donut store really has changed a lot, because a lot of people go there for just hanging out or to view these fancy donuts, which have really beautiful artistic creations on them. Okay.
Interesting. I've got a different question. Describe any changes to a festival or event in your town that you have seen or would like to see.
In my town, we have a park run every single weekend, and what that means is that people come from all over the country to my town to do some running. Not a marathon, it's only about 10 or 15 kilometers. However, this has been going on for a long time. However, recently it has changed, because there are now kind of musical bands playing while people are running, and this has added to the friendly atmosphere that my town offers. Yeah.
I see. I have another question. Talk about the ways education has changed in your country.
To be honest, I don't think education has changed a lot in my country, especially since I've been alive. It seems to be exactly the same. Students typically go to school for the same amount of time, study the same subjects, and have the same homework. They even study the same books, which I studied in school, and I'm in my late 30s. So actually, even though this question is asking me to talk about changes, I don't think there's been any change. But change is needed. The educational system needs to adapt and embrace technology. True.
Thanks for discussing changes in your hometown or country with me. Now I'd like to change topics and ask you a few questions about kindness. Describe a time when someone was kind to you.
I'm going to talk about my grandmother. She is the kindest person in the world, but I'm sure a lot of people think their grandmothers are the kindest people in the world. However, one time my grandmother was kind to me was that when I was young, I got lost. I went for a hike and I got lost, and I found a payphone, and I managed to call my grandmother, and she came out to get me, even though she was not very well. And this shows, and this is an act of kindness.
Thanks. I've got a different question. How can schools promote kindness among students?
Oh, a tricky question. Well, I think it's tricky for school teachers to try to influence students' behaviors. But one way is to do demonstrations. I think that teachers should demonstrate kindness amongst each other, and then that hopefully will trickle down into the students and influence their behavior. One of the best ways adults can influence younger children is to be a role model. So that's how schools can teach kindness.
Interesting. I have another question. How can kindness improve relationships with family or friends?
Well, obviously being kind to your family members is essential if you want to have a good relationship with them. If you don't want to, then you don't have to worry about it. But if you want to have a good relationship with your family members and friends, you need to be kind. You need to show kindness on a daily or weekly basis, and this can just help you to build really good relationships. You do not need to be overly kind. I think the small gestures are what matter the most. Small gestures done frequently.
Thanks for talking about kindness with me. Have a nice day.
All right, so for interactive speaking, you'll get between 6 and 8 questions on 2 topics, like you saw just then. I had 3 and 3, but it could be 4 questions and 4 questions. It really depends. So be prepared for that. And you have 35 seconds to respond, and don't forget to click that record button. Okay, now moving on to the writing samples. These are graded writing and speaking answers, graded by Duolingo, so they go to your overall score. Also, these answers, are sent to your university, the ones you're applying to, so they can see and view your answers. So these are pretty important. So let's get started. So this is writing sample where you have 5 minutes to write about this question. Similar to interactive writing, but there's no part 2, it's only part 1. Okay, so technology again, similar topic. What are some examples of technology that make your life easier? What other types of technology that we don't have could potentially be useful to you? Oh, I'm going to talk about automated cars. Okay, so introduction statements. There are many types of technology that I use to make my life easier, ranging from my dishwasher technology, right, to advanced AI tools. Okay, all right, that's my introduction. Okay, tools. AI in particular has made my life a lot easier over the past 3 years since it was released. 3 years by essentially being my work assistant. Firstly, even though it can't do all my work for me, it helps to complete my tasks in a fraction of the time it took me only a few years ago. Okay, this is a good sentence for you guys to benchmark. This is called a complex sentence. So we have, even though it can't do all my work for me, comma, it helps me to complete. So this is a contrasting sentence. It's a complex sentence. So if you can include some of these in your answer, that would be really helpful. Okay, for example, I better hurry up. For example, it helps me to respond to emails, write my YouTube scripts, what else to do, and a whole lot more. Okay, a lot more. Without AI, I would be significantly less productive. Okay, moving on to part 2 now. Productive. Okay. Okay. As for the second question, what other types we don't have? A technology that we don't yet have that would improve my life. When you're doing it, try not to speak out loud like I am. It's a bad habit I do, and I think on the Duolingo test they rather you be quiet on the writing questions, so I won't speak out anymore. Another one here. This is a if sentence, so another type of complex sentence. Okay. I didn't have time to proofread. I was kind of chatting, but yeah, if you could leave yourself a minute or 30 seconds to proofread, that would be a lot easier. I'm sure I made a few spelling mistakes there, which I should have gone back and checked. Moving on though, can't dwell on the past. Now we're moving on to the final question on this test, and it is speaking sample. So you have to speak about this question. Oh, okay. So yes, some works of art do have very clear messages which signal exactly the meaning that the artist was trying to portray, and other works of art are more subtle. They allow the viewer of the art to make their own interpretations of the meaning. In the past, I used to prefer the literal artworks, which are very clear in what they present. I used to like portraits, sculptures, anything like that that was very obvious and clear. It needed to be talented, of course, for me to enjoy it, like a good piece of art, but I preferred clear messages. However, in the last couple of years, I think I've come to like abstract art a bit more. I went to a museum in a city near me called Bath, and they had some abstract paintings there, and I really enjoyed it for the first time. I was looking at these paintings and I was thinking to myself, like, what could the artist be, be trying to, what story could the artist be trying to tell us? And is there even a story at all? Is it just about my emotions or my feelings towards this art piece? So I think nowadays I'm going to say that I prefer artworks which mean different things to different people. I also took my daughter to this same gallery, and she was fascinated by the abstract paintings. She found it really interesting that they didn't have like clear faces or something very obvious, and I think that was a really great experience for her. She was so young then, she was only 3 years old, but she was asking lots of questions about it, and that was really inspiring. So yeah, nowadays I think I prefer, like I mentioned, art which means different things to different people. However, I do still do enjoy art that has a clear message as well. Okay. Done. Okay, so that's the Duolingo English test. It's a practice test. It's 45 minutes long. It's pretty intense. I'm quite tired now. The real test is an hour long, so keep that in mind. It's slightly longer. And here is my score. So a pretty decent score. I'm happy with that. Yeah, I hope this was helpful for you. If you like this type of video, leave a heart emoji in the comments to let me know. And I will make more like this if you ask me to. So say in the comments, make more please, and I'll make more just like this for you. Don't forget, if you want to study more with me, join my VIP program. I teach live lessons there twice a week. You also get access to full courses I've made, full ebooks, and unlimited AI practice with my practice platform. That is all at vip.detready.com. Okay, enough from me, but if you want to study more on YouTube, this video, I'm not sure which way, is a speaking video, and this one is going to be covering the new interactive speaking question on the Duolingo English test. So if you want to learn about that, kind of like what type of questions to expect, the structure to answer, then that's the video for you. So I'll see you here in right now.